collegiate levels in the Houston area, at least formerly. Kendrick Cornelius, the founder, a former professional, played some overseas, also played for Indiana Tech at the collegiate level a couple of seasons there, and has since returned to the Houston area where he has made this beautiful gym and this new basketball league. A lot of talented teams in this organization. On some Sundays, you can see as many as 7 games, so 14 different head-to-head competitions. And there's a lot of talent in this league. Let's go ahead and get you the game preview from Max Sports TV. Kendrick Cornelius highlights the KDC Alumni roster. They will be wearing the green uniforms, and they take on the Bombers today, highlighted by the Nolans. Jay is one of the most talented players in the league. He can really score down deep. Also, Cameron Davis, the point guard, a player to watch. Dayton Cops, haven't seen him before, with Ronaldo Garcia, Carlos Colorado, Levante Ford, Nicholas Ruiz, Tyler Lemon, and Mario Guzman wrap up the Bombers roster. Again, they will be playing in the blue uniforms as the road team. The KDC Alumni wearing the green uniforms, along with Cornelius, Mitchell Newman, David Ilasanmi, and Marquise Williams. The running partners for the founder and CEO of this league. Last week we saw the KDC alums play a really heated contest against the Maestros, who we will see in the 2 o'clock edition of today's afternoon slate. Cornelius also stepped in and played for U-Ball to avoid a forfeit in the last game. You might remember, if you were tuned in with us last week, that was the game that went to 3 overtimes. And Cornelius hit 2 game-tying shots, once to end regulation, another to end the first overtime. And what was a great afternoon of basketball, capped off with some fantastic primetime games. Set to get going here in the 1 o'clock slate. As you see Cornelius cross the floor there on your screen. The Bombers in blue, they'll be moving left to right to start. Ilasanmi and company set to jump for the tip. Big thanks to our gracious hosts for having us out here, as you see a great view of this awesome international gym. At 2 o'clock, we'll have the Gym Rats taking on the Maestros. PAB taking on All or Nothing at 3 o'clock. And then Get It Up versus the Free Agents. The final installment of this 4-game clip this afternoon. Ilasanmi and Guzman will battle for the tip. Only one referee here this afternoon because of the Mother's Day festivities. But these players told KDC that they wanted to play today. So he threw together a patchwork schedule. And we've got 4 entertaining contests on tap for you this afternoon. Referee stands between the two. A couple of last-minute adjustments before 4 hours of nonstop basketball are underway. Ball's in the air, secured by the KDC Alumni, moving right to left and we're underway. Here's Cornelius. He lost the handle, and Nolan comes away with it. Went 1 on 3 and couldn't peel away at the basketball. KDC. Rebound out to Nolan. He fumbled it out of bounds. It'll stay with the Alumni. You might notice that the ceilings here are rather low. That is something that they deal with playing in this awesome complex. If there is one that goes off the ceiling, it's pretty much take it where it lie. As Cornelius gets the first bucket of the day, KDC Alumni up 2-0 so far. Comes Cameron Davis over to Jay Nolan, who had a great performance last week. Tried to feed the post, and now Davis. Looking for the first 3 of the ball game. That one goes sailing wide. First quarter action here in the Sunday slate of 4 contests in the KDC Men's Basketball League. Ruiz tried to go to the hole. Now here's KDC. Trying to lob it to Ilasanmi. Handle stolen away by Jay Nolan. Davis and Nolan have been the primary ball handlers for the Bombers. Levante Ford getting the start today after coming off the bench last week. Here comes KDC. One-on-one. He's got all 4 of the game's first 4 points. Nolan. Tough start for the Bombers. They're 0 for 3 from the floor. Newman. Elisami pulls down an offensive board. KDC for 3. Offensive rebound to Newman. Elisami in deep with a nice touch. 6-0. KDC Alumni. Bombers still trying to break the seal on the bucket so far. Been a clinic for the group clad in green. Cameron Davis has that scorer's instinct. Nice bounce pass, but Nolan wasn't ready for it. And another turnover. Here's Marquise Williams. Able to draw the contact. Clock runs continuously until the final 2 minutes of the ball game, in which it stops. And free throws are awarded. Williams to the free throw line. Two for 2. Couldn't ask for a better start for the KDC Alumni. Outscoring the Bombers by 4 possessions. Nolan breaks the seal and gets the first 2 points. KDC on the right wing. Williams backing his man down. Nice adjustment and 2 more points. 4 for Williams in the early going. Davis. Tough break. They get an offensive board though. Ruiz at the hole. Here's KDC. Triple. Good. Don't want to give him that shot. This is his gym, and he knows it well. 7 early points for Kendrick Cornelius. Give and go. Stolen away. Elisami at the hole gets the bucket, but they call an offensive foul. That's the first on him, the first team foul. Oh, I beg your pardon. It looks like they're going to give him the basket. So the bucket does count. The free throw won't go. KDC just wants it more right now. Guzman commits the foul to prevent a fast break. Cornelius to inbound. Directing traffic for Marquise Williams. His group leading by 11. KDC, one-on-one with Nolan. Offensive rebound to Williams. Hard at the hole, the double came. No fear at all in the KDC Alumni as they continue to attack the rack. KDC alums outscoring their competition this afternoon by 4 times the possessions. 1 for 2 at the line. Triple wouldn't go. Cornelius. Williams. Newman with a nice kiss off the glass. His first 2 points of the ball game, 18-4 here in the first 7 minutes of the ball game. Jay Nolan. Guarded by Newman. That's what he can do well, is get to the rim. Has a bevy of dribble moves to shake his defenders. And for the first time today, the Bombers will shoot free throws. Second team foul on the KDC Alumni, first on Newman, as Nolan gets his third point of the ball game. And just getting word that Byron Smith has arrived. The head man for Prairie View A&M likes to play some ball on the weekends. As you can see, a push off there. It's going to be an and one for the KDC Alumni, and they're about to get some help off the bench. As if they really need it right now, cruising at plus 14. Rebound out to Levante Ford. Nolan, yes. 6 points for Jay Nolan. Osami in deep, yes. They call it offensively as we see Smith sub in for the first time today. Osami doesn't like the call. Sideline inbound as Byron Smith will trigger. Osami in deep. Turnaround. Tough shot. But KDC alums getting pretty much everything they want offensively. Levante Ford in the corner. Offensive rebound pretty much stolen away there by Ruiz, but the luck it goes anyway. Dozen-point lead for the team clad in green. And a loss, it'll be the fourth team foul on the Bombers. Smith will throw it in. Wide open KDC. He's got 9. Final minute of the first period. It has been all KDC alums so far. Ford got a little space and cashed in. Levante Ford with his first 2 points in the ball game. Byron Smith, the head man of the Panthers, on the right wing. Down low to the 40-year-old Kendrick Cornelius, and he gets whacked. They get the foul on Jay Nolan. By my count, that's the 5th already on the Bombers. Sends Cornelius to the stripe as the first quarter ends. One more coming for KDC. One for 2. So after one, KDC Alumni getting whatever they want. They're on pace for 100 and lead at 25-12 in the KDC Men's Basketball League. Early statistics for you. Kendrick Cornelius, the head man himself, leads all scorers with 10. Elsewhere, David Ilasami has poured in 6. Meanwhile, for the Bombers, Jay Nolan doing what he can to contribute with 6. As you see, a lot of these players choose to stay warm in between the 2-minute-long breaks. 4 quarters of 10-minute action on tap for you in each game. Buzzer sounds and we're ready for more action from spring. KDC International Complex. Beside today's game, a CrossFit gym on one side of the building and this beautiful basketball facility on the other. It'll be Bombers basketball out of the break. Nolan picks it up at the half court, and we're underway. Pick and pop as Carlos Colorado tried to put 2 points quickly on the board. Byron Smith had it stolen away. Colorado all by himself. Finger roll for two. The Bombers need more of that to stay in the ball game. Cornelius. Ilasanmi off the nice feed. 8 for him. Jay Nolan. No fear whatsoever. Didn't quite have the touch. Offensive board. How about that? He sticks with it on the putback and has 8 points to lead all Bombers. Byron Smith, yes. 3 points for the 51-year-old. Guzman tried the no look. Like a lot of things right now, just not on the same page. 14-point ball game. Cornelius. Ilasami in the low post. Mid-range jumper. Don't see a lot of that anymore. Ilasami's still got it in his arsenal. 10 points for him. Ruiz. Nolan. Board goes off of the stanchion. We'll stay here with the Bombers. KDC Alumni doubling up their opponents in the early going. Nice cut. Colorado for two. Carlos Colorado, an early contender for the name of the afternoon. Very unique last name. Smith. 1 for 2 from outside. No one tried the Jason Williams special with the transition behind the back. Goes out of bounds off of Smith and will stay with the Bombers. Ford. Nice cut. The rebound goes back with the KDC Alumni. The man himself, Kendrick Cornelius. Underneath the screen. Ilasami one-on-one with Guzman. Offensive rebound. He just takes it himself. 12 points for David Ilasami. And a comfortable 16-point lead once more. Cam Davis. And that one's stolen away by Smith. In transition, KDC. Second 3-ball of the day. He leads all scores with 13. Three-pointer goes off the roof. First time that we've seen that today. The referees pretty much, as you can see, let them play right where it hit. Levante Ford throws it right into the waiting arms of Byron Smith. Keep it alive with Cornelius in the corner. Marquise Williams gets what he wants. Contact on the way up. He'll go the strike. First trip to the line for him. Marquise with 4 on the day so far. One for 2. Mario Guzman walks it up. Davis had it taken right out of his hands. Another turnover for him. Stays alive in the backcourt with Guzman. Not before Byron Smith tips that one away from behind. Up ahead, that pass intercepted. Here comes Colorado. Cam Davis. Guzman the rebound. It goes. First 2 points of the ballgame for Mario Guzman. And the Bombers hit the 20-point mark. Kendrick Cornelius, the 40-year-old former professional. Byron Smith. He's still got it. 2 points on the silky smooth post play. The former UH Cougar drips that one in for 2. Another steal. KDC, 4-3. 16 for him. Timeout Bombers. Cornelius making his mark on this ball game. He's got 16 points to lead everybody on the floor. Byron Smith has contributed his work. David Ilasani right behind him with 12 points. This is the third time that I've seen KDC and company take the floor, and this is by far the best that they've looked. The Bombers really don't know what hit them at this point, trailing by 22. KDC Alumni got off to an 8-0 start and really have not looked back since. Jay Nolan doing his job with 8 to lead the Bombers. Nicholas Ruiz has 4 points behind him, along with Carlos Colorado, who's come off the bench and added 4. But it's going to take a lot to overcome this huge lead. Tyler Lemon subbing into the game. First time we've seen him this afternoon. He will trigger the inbound. Cameron Davis across the half-court line. Jay Nolan left open. Rebound to Marquise Williams. Doing his own ball handling, had that one knocked right out of his hands. They say that went out of bounds off of him. So it'll be a Bombers possession. And we have a little service error on the inbound. Nolan chips it in. Triple for Ruiz. Colorado an offensive board. Out of bounds. Green ball. KDC alums bring it up. KDC has been as advertised with 16 points to lead all scorers. And deep, a tough basket pulled away by Ruiz. Nicholas lost the handle in transition. It'll go back with the KDC Alumni. That one nearly taken away from Byron Smith. They stick with it. Colorado comes up with the ball, and they've got a 2-on-1. Davis, the fall away. First 2 points of his afternoon. Byron Smith in the high post. Foul call. With technical foul on the floor as KDC will shoot the free throws. Misses the first. In this league, it's only one free throw and then the ball. The Red Seas part. Another one missed right on the doorstep. Nolan. Not afraid of the larger Marquise Williams. Davis. Williams pulls it down. Byron Smith one-on-one. Wonderful find and a silky smooth finish for Marquise Williams. He's got 7. The Alumni doubling up the Bombers here before the halftime break. Colorado got a step and got the bucket. 2 for the Bombers. KDC blows the layup. Push-ups there. Nolan. Rebound to Smith. Final seconds of the first half. And time ticks off. KDC lost track of the buzzer. It won't matter, though, because his team is in control at the halftime break, leading by a wide margin of 20 points. 44-24 the halftime score. KDC leads everybody with 16 points. Back with you in just a moment as our coverage of the KDC NBL continues. Back with you on Max Sports TV, Garrett Jones. Here is our continuing coverage of the KDC Men's Basketball League continues. A clinic put on in the first half by the team of the namesake of this organization, the Kendrick D. Cornelius Alumni, up by 23. Nearly eclipsing the scoring total for the Bombers with that margin in the first 2 frames. Cornelius has 16 to lead all scorers, including a couple of bang-bang threes. Byron Smith, his running mate and close friend, has poured in 5 points after showing up just a few minutes after the tip-off. As for the Bombers, they're led by 8 points from Jay Nolan. Carlos Colorado has poured on 6 points off the bench. But KDC Alumni have pretty much kept this team at bay all afternoon. And the mercy rule, by the way, is 30 points. They'll try to keep playing as Jay Nolan walks it up. Guarded tightly by Cornelius. Nolan gets things going with the first 2 points of the second half. 10 points for him. KDC. Reverse layup. He looks good today. Those knees look young. 18 points in the ball game. Nolan. Stolen away. Sanmi lays it in. $14 for him. Jay Nolan. $12 points for Nolan to lead the Bombers. Byron Smith in the corner, the former UH Cougar men's basketball player and assistant coach, for taking over Prairie View A&M in 2016 as the head man. Off that shot short, the rebound to Ruiz. Nicholas, rebound to KDC. Smith, rebound to Marquise Williams. Tried to get big, but lost the handle. Out of bounds, it'll stay with the Alumni. Cornelius will toss it in. In the low post. Simply wants it more right now. He's got 20. Nolan, yes. Cornelius. Might have gotten away with a push-off, but it is his league after all. 29-point lead. Nolan gets doubled. Hits the deck. Too many steps. Tough right there for Jay Nolan, who is really the heartbeat of what the Bombers can do offensively. 29-point ball game. Cornelius. It's a foul call on Nolan. Inbound from under the bucket. I beg your pardon, they're going to do a side out here with Marquise Williams throwing it in. Cornelius left open. Offensive board for Sanmi. 16 points for him. KDC has been the bell cow, but he certainly is having a nice day. So is Jay Nolan, who rips down another three. Already 9 points in the second half for him. Make it 17 on the day. A huge three to keep the Bombers alive. Byron Smith. That one's out of bounds off of Levante Ford. Cornelius. The two stars going head to head. KDC for three. He looks incredible. 9 second half points. They get 25 on the day. Byron Smith. Cornelius with a little separation and one. He'll go to the line for one more. Mitchell Newman checks back into the ball game. KDC leaves one at the stripe, but offensive board. Cornelius gets fouled on the play. Levante Ford can't help but laugh. Cornelius back to the free throw line. Two straight misses. One for two. Fouled on the three-pointers. Here's the last one. 29 points for the CEO. Ruiz. Nice find. Ford gets fouled on the way up. Levante with 2 points in the first half. Will go to the free throw line looking to double his output. First one gets a little help from the glass, but ends up running in. Second one also dances home. 2 for 2 at the line. Ilasani dribbles it up. Cornelius. Looks good. Rebound out to Lemon. Ford. Nolan with the step back. Offensive rebound hits the deck for Colorado. Nice find. Nolan for 2. 19 points for him. Byron Smith, 9-on-9 action, draws the foul. Head coach at Prairie View A&M University to the line. Going into his 6th season there. Nearly helped the team to an NCAA tournament bid this year had it not been for Texas Southern winning the SWAC championship. Staying engaged here in the offseason by playing in the KDC NBL. Offensive board to Guzman. Nolan. Rebound Ilsanmi. They stick with it. Give the Bombers some credit. Ford earned. Wow, rejected. Ilsanmi doing his part defending the bucket. They do call a whistle. Ford to the free throw line for the second time today. Oh for 2. And Marquise Williams pulls it down. Oh! David Ilasani brings the house down. Oh my. The most ferocious 2 points we've seen this afternoon. And Marquise Williams cashes in 2 more. My goodness, that was a poster. Woo. David Ilasani. Keep it in here. This is Lemon. As the third quarter sounds, a highlight reel dunk has helped the KDC Alumni grab a 70-33 lead. David Ilasani pouring on 18 points. None bigger than that two-handed jam all over a Bombers defender. A 37-point lead for the KDC Alumni, taking care of business on its own floor. This game number 1 of 4 that we'll see this afternoon. Coming up at the top of the hour, it is the Gym Rats taking on the Maestros. And then PAB taking on All or Nothing at 3 o'clock. Get It Up taking on the Free Agents at 4 o'clock. If you're watching along on our Max Sports TV Facebook page, let us know what your favorite team name is. Big fan of the Gym Rats moniker myself. KDC Alumni might not have the most catchy team name, but they have more than executed the game plan on the floor this afternoon. Kendrick Cornelius leading all scorers, pulling away in the second half with 13 points. Make it 29 overall after 16 in the first frame. David Ilsami's got the play of the day. He's got 18 points and a slew of rebounds. Back underway here in the fourth. Ten more minutes of action, depending on if the Bombers can keep it within the mercy rule parameters. Byron Smith walks it up. KDC. Offensive rebound to the head man at Prairie View A&M. In the post, he swims around his defender and leaves it there. Ford. Cameron Davis. Guzman. Yes. Three-pointer Mario Guzman. Only the second that we've seen go down for the Bombers this afternoon. Smith one-on-one. Extra pass, Newman gets hacked going up. Mitchell Newman with 2 points in the ballgame, the only scoreless member of the KDC Alumni here in the second half. First one goes for him. One out of two for 3 points on the afternoon. Ford off the rip. Guzman up ahead. Strong finish. 7 points on his afternoon. Cornelius with a nice find. Byron Smith on the doorstep of a double-digit afternoon. Guzman has really caught fire here in the second half. 7 straight points for the Bombers. 9 on his afternoon. KDC, 30-point game. 32 in this opener. The most dominant performance we've seen in the KDC NBL.
Yo, keep shooting.
Byron Smith grabs the board. Williams able to keep it alive. For 35 points. Guzman could have taken that one himself. Probably should have. As KDC alums come back the other way. Williams tried to bring the house down. Didn't quite have the hops for that one. Cameron Davis off the glass and in. 5 points for him Third three-pointer we've seen fall for the Bombers in the second half, after none went in the first. Ford.
Take it, Mario. Take it.
Guzman with 7. So it's tipped out of bounds. Off of the Bombers. Some of the Maestros starting to arrive for the next game. Elisami under duress. He'll go to the free throw line looking for a 20-point afternoon. Oh for 2. Gets his board and gets the 2-point that way. 20-piece for Ilasami. Nolan. Quiet in the past couple minutes. Nicholas Ruiz. Pretty finish. Back to a 30-point game on the reverse layup. 6 points for him on the day. In deep. Ford pulls away the board. Davis with numbers. Jay Nolan. KDC with the board. He pushes, stops, and pops. Byron Smith with the fadeaway. Double-digit scoring for him with 11 points. Nolan. Ruiz with 2 more. 2 straight baskets for him for the Bombers. Hanging and gliding and scoring. KDC Alumni right on the doorstep of putting up 80. Nolan with a hard cut. Finishes with KDC draped all over him. $21 points for Jay Nolan to lead the Bombers. Byron Smith tried the dream shake. Ruiz. Nolan, 2 more. 23 points, putting some pressure on KDC, who leads everybody with now still 32 points. Jay Nolan. Ilasami from deep. Board down to 4. Guzman cuts it loose. Yes. 10 points in the second half for Guzman. He's got 12 overall. Newman. Ford pulls down the board. Ilasami stole it away. Oh! Another slamma-jamma. Ruiz. The follow for Guzman. Ruiz comes up with another one. 2 more for Nolan. 27 points for him. Cornelius. Oh, the dribble move. Went with the no look. Ilasanmi. Cameron Davis gets a rebound. 3-on-1 here as Newman's the only man back. And eventually it's Nolan adding 2 more to his total.
Yo, play D though. Careful they don't play.
Final minute of action. KDC's gone cold. He's got 32 in the ball game, however. Nolan. He's got a 30-point day. That'll be the ball game. Nolan walks it off with a 3. 30 points for him, including 22 in the second half. But Kendrick Cornelius is your player of the game for the first contest. He pours in 32. And the KDC Alumni take care of business. 81-61 is your final score. David Ilasanmi also adds in 24 points, 12 points each half. Byron Smith went over double digits with 11. Marquise Williams added 7 all in the first half. Mario Guzman caught fire for the Bombers in the second. challenge from the Bombers, 81-61, the final score there. A couple players to watch in this game. Number 10 in the middle, Raphael Farley. He tips things off and controls it. Maestros wearing the yellow uniforms, moving left to right. As for the Gym Rats, keep an eye on James Harrison, former Lamar University Cardinal. He'll carry the ball up as there's a three right off the rip. Devontae Clinton gets things going for the Maestros. Should be a very competitive ball game this afternoon. Three points back the other way as Byron Smith levels it. Farley steps out. Definitely keep an eye on him, folks. We've seen him put up 20 pieces in this league. 2 points right off the rip. There's Gentry Carr, the former Nimitz High School product. On the gash, Tavares lost the handle. Now it comes back. Right to the rack, 2 points. And you can see the pace between these two as Jaron Holmes gets the Gym Rats back within one. Lost handle, dive to the floor, and secured by the Maestros. Jumper goes long in the corner. Here's Jaron Holmes once more. A lot of athletes between these two can dunk. So keep an eye out for the highlight reel play. Holmes right at Farley. Looked like he might have gotten away with the travel. 2 points anyway. Good ball game in the first couple minutes. Farley. Long rebound to Holmes. Taking flight. And he just lays it in. 6 points for him early. And the Gym Rats a 4-point lead. Dashing in the lane, that was Devontae Clinton losing the handle of the basketball. Byron Smith, tightly guarded by Clinton. Smith, the head coach at Prairie View A&M University. Getting his weekly exercise. Age 51, 5 years at the helm at Prairie View A&M. Inbound for Gentry Carr, who will run the offense. A lot of former Nimitz Hoopers on this squad. No-look feed, Washington to the cup. Dre follows it on the miss and adds 2 more. Washington plays collegiately. Up on the other end. Good start for Devontae Clinton, who's got 5 in the early going. Byron Smith. James Harrison. Clinton pushing once more. Darren Jones now. Rebound down to Dre Washington. You can just see the crispness in the passes of this young and athletic group. Harrison. Got it. 3-pointer James Harrison. Long three. Rebound to the high-flying Harrison. Tried to go off the glass to Washington. And instead it'll be a turnover. Gym Rats doubling up the Maestros here in the early going. Farley. Off the bounce. Falls it up and grabs the board. But he pushed off to do it. First foul of the day. This one's coming back with the Gym Rats. Gym Rats in white, Maestros in gold. Byron Smith in the corner. Nice find as Harrison slips right through for his 4th and 5th points of the afternoon. Harrison. Oh, what a pass. Jaron Holmes with 8 early points. Devontae Clinton. Three-pointer hangs on the rim. Fight for a board. Clinton gets it back. Darren Jones. The follow from Farley won't go. And the Maestros missed 4 opportunities to put the ball in the net. Turnaround. Rebound yanked down by Derek Braggs. First time we've said his name today. Turnover. Jim Rats in transition. Byron Smith. Harrison. Try to get to Washington. Numbers. And an easy layup for Cam Gordon. Five-point ball game. Here's Harrison. Kiss off the glass. Make it 7 for him. Farley got bumped. Didn't get the whistle. Rebound chased down. Jones. Farley in deep. Gets the bucket and the foul. 4 points for Raphael Farley. First one is off. Now Harrison as he crosses the timeline. James Harrison missed everything. It's off the stanchion. Harrison with a couple consecutive misses. I'll say it was tipped, so the Gym Rats will inbound. Five-point advantage for the Gym Rats. Clinton. Runner goes for Cam Gordon. 4 points for him. Back to a one-possession game. James Harrison wearing the pink low cuts. And on our Mother's Day, happy Mother's Day to any mothers that might be tuning in at home. We hope you can kick back and relax. Get some peace. Screen comes from Smith. Gentry Carr tried to find the head man at Prairie View A&M, but it's tipped off his hands and out of bounds. Clinton off the hands of Farley. Numbers for the Gym Rats. 3-on-1. Carr tipped in by Dre Washington. First 2 points for the college hooper. Three-pointer. Yes. $20 apiece. James Harrison. Tipped away from behind by Farley. Gym Rats played an overtime game last week to bookend. Clinton. Oh, Devontae Clinton with the jam. 7 points for him, and the Maestros take the lead. Final minute of action here in game number 2 of the 4-game slate. James Harrison now. Looking to take the lead into the second quarter. A lot of former Nimitz High School stars on this group. He'll hold for the last shot in the waning seconds. Harrison got it. 3-ball James Harrison. At the buzzer, Clinton gets the back heel. Really good game after one. The score, the Gym Rats 23, the Maestros 22. Little adjustment of the scoreboard, but it's still a close game. 9-point margin as the Maestros take on the Gym Rats. Garrett Jones, Zach Fordyce, Allie Hansen, our whole crew, thankful that you're with us in spring. 10 first quarter points for Jaron Holmes. James Harrison pours in 10 as well. Oh. 10 first quarter points for James Harrison, 10 for Harrison as well. And the Gym Rats are cruising so far in this ball game, leading by 9. Maestros with a strong effort in the NBL so far. And Gym Rats will get it out of the break. Underway in the second period. James Harrison walks it up now. Byron Smith in the low post, playing his second straight game. Harrison. Offensive board tipped away and secured by the Maestros. Raphael Farley. Rebound fought for. And deep. Farley gets it and the foul. 8 points for him. He knocks down the and one. First one for Farley. Rebounded by Holmes. Jaron on the break. He's got 10. Went for the dunk. Nice verbal defense there by Clinton and the Maestros. Clinton. Darren Jones. Got it. A huge 3 points to draw them back within 4. Good game here in the early second. Harrison went up, couldn't come up with the ball, and gets fouled. Tipped away from Gentry Carr as he went after it. It'll be the Gym Rats ball. Again, clad in the white tops. Maestros in gold. Flipping deep. 12 points. Clinton hangs and scores. 9 points for him this afternoon. Here's Harrison. Pass whipped through the lane. It kicks back out for James. Or the pink Mother's Day cleats. Curls and the reverse layup is good. Great view of it from our crew as well. Harrison doing it all here in the early going. Farley got the step. Had it blocked. Goes up again. Couple boards, no bucket. Carr. Two-man game with Harrison. They keep it in. Cut from Smith. Back out for James. Book it. 3-pointer for James Harrison. Gym Rats with a little separation once more. Darren Jones. Gordon. Farley finally draws contact. Raphael is such a force in the low post. A 20-point game last week. The foul was on Byron Smith, his first. Farley to the line, shooting 2. First one finds home. For a 10-point effort in the first half. Got it. Jim Rats by a touchdown, a 34-27 score. Carr. Got a step in the lane and then just finished nicely with the right hand. 4 points for Gentry Carr. Clinton went hard, draws contact. Raphael Farley's second personal. Beg your pardon, that one is on Dre Washington. Creative off the inbound, Darren Jones with the classic no-look bounce off the bag. It counts, and it's a bucket. Back the other way, Harrison tried to hum it into Byron Smith. They say it was tipped out of bounds by the Maestros. Smith will throw it in. Gentry Carr. Rebound out to Darren Jones. Farley. Tried to expand his range. Here comes Gentry Carr. Pretty bounce pass. A little too much on it. They'll come back with the Maestro. Still just a 7-point game. I'm in a tight one early on. Clinton tried to bring the house down. Luckily, Derek Braggs was right there and laid it in for 2. Back to 5 points between these two. James Harrison brings it up, looking for a bucket. One-on-one with Clinton. A little hezzy. Tried to do everything with a reverse layup. Gets a feed from Smith and gets fouled. James Harrison is a really special player with the ball. Couple threes today. $15 points overall, and he adds one more. Seven-point game once more. Transition 3 won't go, and Carr pulls down the board. James continues to run point. Rebound for Smith. Always looking to pass. Gentry Carr gets hacked once more. The Gym Rats continue to draw fouls in deep. That's one of the things that has separated them here in the early going. Trey Washington will go down to rebound. 4 points for Carr on the afternoon. Got the first. Second one's rebounded by Jones. Farley. Clinton shook off everybody and somehow got that tough bucket to go. He's got 11. Trey Washington in the post. Get some help from Smith. Now James Harrison. Smith on the left elbow. Gets an inch from the defense and serves it up for Dre Washington. 2 points for the Murray State College current forward. Gentry Carr called for the foul. Inbound for the Maestros. Chris bounce pass leads to Jones. Ball to miss. Rebound goes down of bounds. Final 2 minutes of action here in the first half. Cam Gordon. Got it. 3 points for the Maestros. Seven for him in the first frame. Gentry Carr one-on-one. Dre Washington wasn't ready for that pass. They say it's out of bounds off the Maestros. Harrison to pull the trigger. Byron Smith now doing the facilitating for this offense today. Harrison. Yes. 3 more for James Harrison, having a day. Final minute now. Here's Clinton. Farley. Buzzer sounds. They don't get off a shot. 8-point ball game at the break. The Gym Rats in control. James Harrison pouring it on here in the first half. Look at the numbers in just a moment as we break for halftime on Max Sports TV. 21 points for James Harrison at the break has led the Gym Rats to a 9-point lead after two. Garrett Jones and our whole Max Sports TV crew, happy to be here with you. Gym Rats are one of the more talented teams in the league. The Maestros also picked up a pair of wins at last Sunday's showcase, but here today, Gym Rats have lived up to what we've expected out of them. Harrison to toss it in. Gentry Carr having a nice day with 5 points. One-on-one with Gordon. James Harrison with that killer instinct in the first frame. Cross court for Byron Smith, the head man at Prairie View A&M University. Getting his weekend workout in. Dre Washington. One-on-one with Farley. Couldn't get it to go. Rebound to the Maestros and the gold uniforms. Poked away. Here comes Carr. Cross court. Jaron Holmes lost the handle. It's out of bounds, and it'll be back with the Maestros. Holmes got off to a hot start, but it's kind of cooled off in the waning minutes of the first two frames. There's Darren Jones. A couple Gym Rats go for the rebound. Neither one come up with it, but it's out of bounds off the Maestros. Harrison lost his footing. And here comes Byron Smith. Dre Washington in the low post. One-on-one with Farley again, trying to win this matchup. He does that time, plus the foul. So 2 points for Dre Washington in a quiet first half. And the Gym Rats get the hoop and the harm. Washington, the forward for Murray State College, going to the line. Farley comes away with the board. Farley gets fouled the other way. Be a fun chess match between the two low post threats and Raphael Farley and Dre Washington. Devontae Clinton. Reverse layup wouldn't go. It goes back with James Harrison. Clinton. Looking for the first bucket of the Maestros' second half. Here we got one. Washington. Trailing Holmes. Offensive rebound for Gentry Carr. His three. Pinballs around, and now it's Farley in 2-on-1. Raphael hard to the hole, gets the two. Back to a 9-point game. Two points for an 11-notch afternoon for him. Two more games coming up after this one. This the second in the Sunday showcase. And the KDC NBL. Harrison. Entry to Washington. Getting more touches here in the second half. He gets the bucket and the foul. Two more for Dre Washington. 8 on the afternoon. They tagged Farley for that one. Again, keep an eye on that low post matchup. Washington for one more. Offensive board to Carr. Gentry slips around and has that one thrown back in his face by Derek Braggs. Byron Smith, throw it in. James Harrison now. Stares his man down in the corner. Got an inch of room. Now Byron Smith drains the triple on his first shot of the afternoon. 3 for the Gym Rats. He's been taking on that facilitator role to get teams listed on this roster involved, but he gets a big bucket there. 2 points, stab back home. Derek Braggs, his first bucket of the second half. Two points. James Harrison. 23 on the ball game. Very quickly, Gordon stays involved and lays his first two in on the second half. Dozen-point lead for Harrison and company. Jaron Holmes now. Where he's most comfortable in the post. Washington tried to fly and stuff it back. They call foul on the Maestros. And Devontae Clinton doesn't like it. Trey Washington to throw it in. Stolen away by Darren Jones. He gets tagged from behind by Holmes. Jaron doesn't like the call. Three-pointer settles home. Darren Jones there. Washington here. Back to an 11-point game. Basket good again from Gordon. Back down to single digits. James Harrison. Washington trying to win the post matchup once more as Farley gives him a jab. Dre. Hook shot goes. You can see he's just taking this matchup personal in the second half. Three-pointer off the ceiling. In case you're just now tuning in, pretty much a live ball as soon as the referee throws it back in those situations. Screen loss. Farley. Yes. 2 points, Raphael Farley. Harrison. Post up from Dre Washington. Lost the handle. Out of bounds, Maestro's ball. Maestros are sticking with the Gym Rats, but just unable to bridge this big lead so far. Out of bounds, will come back with the Maestros. Gordon. Yes. Three-pointer, Cam Gordon. Suddenly, this thing's interesting again. 7 points for him in the second half. 14 overall. Harrison. Trying to take control once more. He's got 25. Saw two 30 pieces in the first game. One from the man himself, Kendrick Cornelius. Another one from Jay Nolan of the Bombers. Byron Smith with time ticking off in the third quarter. Jaron Holmes. Rebound pinballs around. Out of bounds. They'll stay with the Gym Rats. They'll get one last look before the quarter ends. Holmes taking his time. He'll trigger the inbound. Harrison. Knifes it in there. Carr the fadeaway. Washington follows. Loose ball. Harrison. Smith. Gentry Carr now. Washington. Out of bounds. Darren Jones pushes. Gordon couldn't get the bucket. The whistle comes. This one's on James Harrison. Gordon to the free throw line. After the break. Buzzer sounds as an 8-point ball game. After 3, stick with us for the final 10. This is the NBL and the KDC League on Max Sports TV. All right, welcome back. Fourth period action as we get underway from spring. Gordon going to the free throw line. It's just a 7-point game. The Gym Rats have completely controlled the ball game for most of it. But a rally sparked by Cam Gordon, who's at the free throw line with 14 points. First one for him, clips off. Second one now. Swishes home, 6-point game. Again, the third game of our afternoon, PAB versus All or Nothing, coming up at the conclusion of this one. 5-point game as Gordon reigns 2 home. James Harrison with 25, trying to regain control of the ball game. Screen from Washington. Harrison, a big 3. Back to an 8-point lead. He's got 28. Devontae Clinton now. Jumper good. Gordon taking the game over. 3 more. Make it a 5-point game. Harrison. One-on-one with Jones. Screen from Smith. Offensive rebound to Washington. Washington the up fake. Gentry Carr. Offensive board for Washington after it missed everything. So 2 more for Dre. He's got 10. Gentry Carr picks it off. James Harrison. Got it. The layup is good with his man draped all over him. 30 points. The third 30-point game that we've seen this afternoon. Inbound for the Maestros. Farley. Here comes Gentry Carr. Carr taking on that facilitator role today. Went for the bucket there. The rebound pulled down by Farley. Up ahead, Gordon, 2 more. Cam Gordon going off in this second half. 16 points in the frame. Holmes finally gets back on the scoreboard. First 2 points of his second half after 12 in the first. Farley, crossover, smooth finish. He's got 15. Maestro staying at arm lengths once more. Byron Smith. Got an inch from the defense. Tried to serve it up for Washington. He turns it over and is upset with himself. Clinton. Oh! Pinned down by Holmes. Jaron Holmes doing it on offense and defense. The erasure. And he gets a steal here on the inbound, too. Ball hits the deck, scooped up by Byron Smith. Trip in deep. Now Darren Jones. Devontae Clinton. Couldn't finish. Got too fancy. Farley. Foul by Smith. Farley to the free throw line with 15 points this afternoon. Truly a double-double machine in this league. One of the NBL's premier low-post players. Trying to go 1 for 2 at the line. Got it. 6-point ball game. Maestros keeping it close. Slowly but surely chipping away at this large Gym Rats lead. Harrison. Smith turns down the 3. Jumper. And a good shooting day for him. That one won't go. 2 points back the other way. Who else could it be? 2 points for Brooks, and it's suddenly just a 4-point game. Gentry Carr. No. They can draw back within one possession. Cherry picking Gordon up ahead. 71-69. Gentry Carr brings it up. His offense has gone cold. Putting under the 5-minute mark in a really good ball game. Washington lost the handle. Out of bounds. And this will stay with the Maestros. They can tie or take the lead as the Gym Rats continue to go cold. Clinton. Farley. Got the bump, couldn't get the bucket. The foul's on Harrison. Farley going to the free throw line. Farley with 16 on the afternoon. Trying to draw his team back within a bucket. Second one good. 1-point ball game. James Harrison with 30. Left-handed finger roll won't go, but he draws the contact. And James upset with himself. He's got that killer instinct. Dominated that first half with 21. Slowed down here in the second. But can hit double digits here at the line. That one's short. You just see it in his emotion. Harrison expects a lot out of himself. 1 for 2. 2-point game. Devontae Clinton now. Tried to hook it around for Farley. Good idea, poor execution. And it's coming back with the Gym Rats. I have to think they'll try to slow it down here. They've dominated this game. Led by 15 at one point, but the Maestros just slowly chip it back into it. And now they've drawn to the margin where we're at. Just a 1-bucket game. Harrison. Off. Rebound to Clinton. Devontae ties the game. 2 points for Clinton. As we're now working with the shot clock under 2 minutes. Jaron Holmes lost the handle. Who's it off of? It'll stay with the Maestros. A tie game as Devontae Clinton's layup Brings us to 72 all. Byron Smith. Now for Harrison on the right wing. James one-on-one with Jones. Lost his man. The step back. Oh! Filthy from James Harrison. He's got 32 points. Farley. Lost it. 3-ball. Rebound to Harrison. Carr. Holmes. Tried to take it himself. Jaron slows things down now. Clock will stop. They have a 10-second shot clock as well. With one on the shot clock, Harrison got to go halfway down. And now Clinton pulls down the rebound. Still a 2-point game. Farley turned away. Washington climbed the ladder and forced the stoppage. So here in the final 2 minutes, a huge possession. And it looks like they do call a foul there. No, instead they'll get it. Will they get a jump? Waiting to towel down the floor, I believe. Clock is stopped. Players requesting a towel to wipe down the floor after physical contact. Referees getting some shots to stay warm. It's a 74-72 game. Gym Rats have led by as many as 15. But the Maestros just sticking with it. Have been able to scratch and claw and eventually cut this lead down to the 2-point margin we currently sit at. All right, floor's good to go. Maestros inbound. At the rim, turned away by Washington. The follow, stuck home. Darren Jones ties the game. Another one of these classics in the KDC NBL. Final minute of action. The shot clock is in effect. Harrison. Cold-blooded. James Harrison and the foul. Oh, my. He'll go to the line for one more. How about 36 points? Now 37. 4-point lead. Final minute. Rebound secured by Harrison. Dancing away with the Pink's Mother's Day cleats. Trying to ice it. Carr. Rebound to Jones. This game still hangs in the balance. Farley. Follows the miss. Lost the handle. Tipped away. Clinton needs a bucket. His three. Good. Clinton with the huge three-pointer. And a whistle as you see the frustration from Harrison. They get foul. Maestros trying to play the foul game. Try to extend the ball game. Devontae Clinton asked the referees how many each player has. Final minute of the ball game. Harrison has 37 points. He just missed a big free throw there. Really showing that scoring ability this afternoon. Second one. Falls home. Final minute. Maestros need buckets. Clinton. Farley lost the handle. Out of bounds. And frustration mounts. Harrison trying to get away. Gets clipped in the final seconds. 2-point game. Farley had a chance to tie. but he couldn't finish in deep. And now Harrison will go to the line with a chance to seal at 38 points for him. A high watermark from anything that I've seen in this league. We've seen Kendrick Cornelius with the 32-point game for the KDC Alumni. But James Harrison is going off. Left it short, struggling at the line. He's missed 3 of his last 5. This one for a 3-point lead. Got it. Making them when it counts. Maestros need anything. Farley lost the handle again, and it looks like he got fouled. Instead, they say out of bounds off the Gym Rats. Farley will trigger. Toss in for Clinton. Final seconds. Gordon for the tie. Way off. The buzzer sounds. Waiting for a decision from our officials. Will Gordon get free throws? It looks like they're saying that there's 2 seconds left on the clock after that foul. No act. Not in the act of shooting, so Darren Jones will inbound. Here we go in a 3-point game. Gym Rats with the edge over the Maestros. Will this one end in a miraculous way? Jones has to call timeout. Couldn't find anyone to toss it into. And they will talk things over. James Harrison has 39 points. Taking this game by the throat almost all of the first half of the Gym Rats scoring output. Accounted for almost half of what they've put together as a team. Maestros, meanwhile, have gotten a strong performance out of Cam Gordon, but he's quieted here in the second half, still pushing 20 points. And Raphael Farley has added 17 for the team clad in gold. Trying to send this game to overtime. We've seen a handful of games go in extra session in the KDC NBL. Jones will throw it in with 2 seconds. Clinton turned away, and that one's in the books. Harrison grabs the board. The final score, the Gym Rats 80, the Maestro 77. James Harrison pours in 39 points and tried to seal it with a dunk there after the whistle. Either way, the second game is in the books. The Gym Rats take another one, continuing to be the class of this league. Coming up, we've got game number 3 of our 4-game installment. PAB taking on All or Nothing. It's coming right up. Don't go anywhere as our coverage of the Kendrick D. Cornelius Men's Basketball League continues on Max Sports TV. What's up? Sweet.
Yes. Got all that advance notice of 60 seconds.
Nice. They are the red.
Red?
Yeah.
Red? And
Yeah.
what's all or nothing?
All or nothing is the pink, I believe. Yeah. And deep. Basket won't go, and a rebound pulled away. Just underway with no score, a minute into this ball game. Half court. Tripping away, the floater goes. 2 points for the KDC alums. And here comes Antonio Hunt in the half court. Third game of basketball this afternoon. 2-0 the advantage for the KDC alums. In the corner, Hunt goes to work. Low post. Trips right on through. Fight for a board. Hunt got fouled. First team foul on the KDC alums. Here's Antonio Hunt on the low block. 2 points to tie the game. Back the other way, David Ilasanmi reigns it home. 3 points. Wearing uniform number 7, but don't be confused. That was the same player that poured in 20 points in this group's first game. Stop and pop back the other way. That one's left short. And the PAB group struggling out of the gate. Out of bounds is the continuous clock. 10-minute quarters run. Here comes back with PAB. Two points back the other way as PAB drips home its second bucket of the contest. Five for a ball game as another rebound's controlled by Hunt. Foul back the other way. Another one called. Baseline inbound coming for the Pro Action Ballers. Throw in coming for Sarmati and Sari. Antonio Hunt. Jumper. Off. Rebound. Back to Muhammad. Goes back up. And it pinballs around. Eventually Muhammad grabs the board. Flipped back out. Here's Ansari. Back up top. As they reset. KDC Alumni in front. 2 points back the other way. That is Ilasanmi with 5 early points. KDC Alumni up 7-4. Jumper back the other way. Goes begging. Up ahead, the rip through. The spin move won't go, and Hunt grabs it off the boards. Antonio dishes and deals. Finger roll off. And a rebound pulled down. It looks like wearing uniform number 4 is Dre Washington. Back the other way, we get a push off and the second team foul on PAB. 7-4 the score here in the early going. In the half court. Jumper goes wide. Keep an eye on number 2 in pink, Keontae Cornelius, the son of KDC. A current collegiate. In for Muhammad. Behind the back, pretty feed and a finish. Pro Action Basketball draws back within 1. And Sari rips it away. Trip up for Muhammad. Throw back. Layup. Takes the lead. Rumbling in the half court, Antonio Hunt pulls it away. 2-on-1, right to the hole. The layup is good with the left hand. And now we see a timeout called on the floor. PAB with a 10-7 lead. And a three splashed down by Antonio Hunt. He keeps things going. And they're playing a physical brand of basketball so far.
Definitely are, as Cornelius here, just trying to answer back every time.
Keontae, the son of KDC, the namesake and owner of this league, plays his collegiate basketball at Odessa College. A whistle here once more. Been a little choppy here in the first couple minutes. As I was mentioning,
after that
right,
freshman season, definitely want to go out for more for his collegiate season.
well, a lot of athletes competing here today from the former high school and collegiate ranks. Farms getting on the board for the first time today. Just a 2-point game. This one's tipped away. Antonio Hunt said his name a lot here in the first couple minutes. 2 points for Ansari. Back to a 4-point contest. 2 games in the books already. KDC Alumni victorious, along with the Gym Rats taking the victory over the Maestros. 3-pointer. Cornelius couldn't get. Hunt spikes to keep it in bounds. And Paige, he's had a huge impact on this game in the early minutes.
You can definitely see his hustle on the court. He's
right,
all over the court here, trying to work through this defense of the pro action side, but a good look for him.
Right. He'll go to the free throw line, already put up a 3-pointer as we move to the final 2 minutes and counting of action here in the first. Second one. Pulled down by Jaron Holmes. 14 for him in that last game. Keontae springs loose. Hard at the hole. First, the end of the first quarter, as Farms will go to the line to take care of his business. It's a 15-11 ball game.
Yes, PAB playing very aggressive throughout that first half there. So interesting to see how they come after this a free throw we'll
Right.
see from Farms.
Afternoon from the KDC International Complex in Spring. PAB wearing the pink uniforms, KDC alums in the red. Beg part is actually the opposite. So the KDC alums set to inbound. Now move. And Farms rolls it in. 10 minutes before half here on Max Sports TV. Low post, Jaron Holmes, part of that talented Gym Rat squad. Foul is on the floor. Inbound toss back. Good pass to the low post. And Dre Washington. Washington plays collegiately at Murray State.
Leading this team here and navigating.
Big rebound for Jaron Holmes, who adjusts but can't. Two for two. Worked around.
White here. Definitely sit.
Rebound. And one. Free throw could make it a 9-point ball game. One former professional. David gets fouled. David, a former high school player in his own right. A level in the Houston area. Absolutely brought this place to shock and awe with a highlight reel dunk in game number 1. 2 hands over a helpless Bombers defender. Two shots coming here for the lefty.
First one sinks.
Ogud Akwe checks back into the ball game. Seven-point game.
He's looking for a foul there.
On me. Right corner. Farms too strong. This one's out of bounds. It'll stay with the KDC alums, much to the chagrin of the Pro Action basketball bench. Farms triggers. Now Holmes. Right to the rim. Cornelius can't handle. Board pulled away. Elisani couldn't get the N1.
I think both of these teams will benefit just trying to slow down the play a bit and actually physically run some plays here, because most of the time when things speeds up, that's when we're seeing the fouls come about.
It's a great point. Paige Lawrence, former UH track and field star, expertise on all kinds of fields. Joining us on the broadcast this afternoon, Elisami to the free throw line. A lot of help from the rim, but settles home. Over the 10-point mark here in the first half. I've got him for 11. Rebound hits the deck as Akwe climbs the ladder and hits the deck, but no harm, no foul, as Holmes went down there with him. Greg Motley to throw it in. Make sure the court's good to go. We've seen a couple of situations where players just playing basketball, being physical, have hit this linoleum floor. Keon sticks with it, looking for his running mate Cornelius.
Farms slowing it down. This is what we talked about a little bit before. This is where both of these teams can benefit from.
Low post. Washington rolls to the rim. No foul called. And 2 points for Dre Washington, the Murray State College forward. Throwaway. Read like a book by Holmes. And he gets fouled by Xavier Johnson on the way up.
I give him all of my props to him for stepping out with the youngins here.
Oh, man. Hey, talk about him here in the second half. The first half ends. It's flying by. 27-21 is the score. We'll take a break and look at the numbers here shortly as we return.
What?
Give 2 points. First big moment for him today. Three-pointer way off. The rebound to Washington. Up ahead for Jaron Holmes with 14 in the last contest. Washington off the glass. 2-point game. And sorry. Draws the whistle. No bucket. Final 2 minutes and counting of what's been a really good game. The third installment of 4 games here in the Kendrick D. Cornelius Men's Basketball League Sunday slate. And wholesale substitutions. Deshaun Allen gets into the game, along with Enos Ali and Ogud Akwe checking in the ball game. At the line, the first one sticks home. Still just a 3-point game. Final 2 minutes of action as the players from Get It Up and the free agents start to arrive. That's our next ball game following the conclusion of this one.
And around the rim, but not in on that last free throw.
That keeps it a one-possession game. Dante Cornelius. Rebound pulled down. PAB trying to make use of the waning seconds of the third. Hard at the hole. Akwe couldn't finish. And there's a whistle. He'll go to the free throw line. Again, a reminder in the fourth quarter, the last 2 minutes, we do see whistles and a shot clock in effect. First one drains home. Now 4-point advantage for Pro Action Basketball. Second shot. Rebound to Holmes.
Cornelius looking to try to take some advantage here. 4-point deficit.
As the buzzer sounds, we get a foul called, and Keontae will go to the line. Good game after 3, as Cornelius will take the shots as the seconds tick off the break. First one for him. Halfway down and out. That's a big miss. Still a chance to bring it to one possession. Second one for Cornelius. Good. So a 3-point ball game. PAB and the KDC Alumni. Stick with us for the finish on Max Sports TV. It's actually tied, dang.
A tie?
That's the problem, is like I can't see the scoreboard, so you have to like kind of guess if you get a little off, you know? Time for the fourth here in spring, the Kendrick Cornelius Men's Basketball League. Garrett Jones, Paige Lawrence, and our whole Max Sports TV crew here with you. Great ball game. Nothing's been decided through 3. PAB and KDC Alumni knotted at 38 as we go to a very important final 10 minutes. And Paige, we've seen aggressiveness on both sides of the ball today.
I was just going to raise that point, Garrett. As we've come to this the last quarter here, things are definitely going to get a little bit more physical, but players are going to want to try to avoid some foul trouble as well, as we're in a tie game right now.
Clock is now running. That one goes off the low arcing ceiling. And it'll stay in play. Pretty much just a single touch from a referee gets things going again. Enos Ali to throw in. Akwe facing up. Work it around. Here's Rom. PAB facing up. Guarded Tyler. Features of this league. Shot turned away. But no. Deep. Yes. Reigns home. He's a true court visionary. As that one was broken up, looking for Ilisonmi cutting to the bucket. Washington with the arm bar. Holmes tosses it in. And Jaron doing the ball handling with a 2-point lead. There's Keon Farms now. Low post. Nearly broken up right back at us. Good save, Paige Lawrence.
You know, the instincts are still here, Garrett.
Former soccer track and field star making a nice save there on the ball. All right, throw-in coming for PAB. They're still down by 2. Paige, they haven't scored in this quarter.
This game has required a lot of defense and offense.
And deep. Foul called once more. KDC getting his money's worth. After all, it is the final say. You talk about an interesting dynamic. Some of these games where Cornelius himself has played in the ball games and had a foul called on him or against his team, it's got to be an interesting headspace for the referee making those calls.
You know, you still want to keep it uniform
Of
and
course.
fair as well, but
Of course.
that's still just a very interesting dynamic
There-
for this league as a whole.
Absolutely. There's a lot of cool,
Something you
cool
don't see.
factors like
Right.
that. Yeah. Very entertaining brand of basketball played in spring. Farms walks it over. They're going for kind of a Rucker Park Drew League style of play. For those who might not know, this is the most famous summer leagues. Lob from behind the back doesn't work. But Muhammad is there to clean it up, and PAB regains the lead. Cornelius. Thought about a deep three. Now hand off to Farms. These two have done the brunt of the workload. Low post feed, Washington. Ran out of steps. The jump ball is coming. Another cool little nuance of this league is that they actually have to jump for it. We talked about that just a few moments ago, but it really opens things up.
Right. His position of that after that jump ball.
Behind the back, out of bounds. Coming back with PAB. Cornelius. One-on-one with Antonio Hunt. Washington in the low post. You have to think that this is where Cornelius is going to get possession and take over this game. As we get a whistle away from the basketball. Another tech is called. The second one we've seen today. The second one against Pro Action Basketball. So it sends a good shooter in Cornelius to the foul line. One shot and the possession in this league. As Cornelius gets some coaching from his dad. Never stop being a dad. No matter what the situation is. And for Cornelius, you never stop being a coach. Whistle here on the inbounds. This one's coming back with the KDC alums. Game's running a little behind today as some players took a while to get to this international complex earlier today, but get it up in the free agent schedule right after the conclusion of this one. We'll have the finish for you on Max Sports TV.
So Farm slowing things here offensively.
Throw away and another nice stab by Page. I don't know if he was intending that one to get to you or not, but not on the same page there with Farms.
I mean, we have on two different uniforms today,
true.
so I hope he wasn't passing it to me, Garrett, there. But officials doing a great job making sure that floors are as dry as possible for these players.
We're set up right here on the baseline. And that creates an interesting opportunity to get a good vantage point on the floor, but also be very involved in what's going on. Clock is running as they assess the floor, and several players of the KDC alums trying to claw back in this ball game express that concern.
KDC looking to try to take the lead here as KAB just kind of been holding on within those past two quarters.
Nobody's really been able to separate. On paper, I guess, with Conte Cornelius, the KDC alums might have a slight edge in the talent department as the three is rained in. Huge bucket and a timeout called as PAB grabs a 4-point lead. Under 4 minutes left to go. Pro Action Basketball with a sizable advantage at this point. KDC taking time to coach up his bunch. Trying to make sure they don't blow an opportunity to get another win in the league play. Best two teams that we've seen so far in our 2 weeks of coverage have been the Maestros and the Gym Rats. Jim Rats picking up a win today. The Maestros coming up short in that head-to-head. KDC alums have also shown some promise along with U-Ball. But now the alums trying to claw back from a 4-point deficit. Cornelius. Long 2. Tipped up by Washington. The follow still won't go. Another board. And one Ilisami, but he can't get the bucket. Another foul on PAB. And that was Ilisami to the stripe.
Ilisami, he's shot very well here from the foul line here throughout the past few quarters, so definitely can expect him to do well here to put his team still in the competition.
First one misses. It's another thing that the KDC alums have struggled to do today is converted the foul line. Second one good. Hunt all the way in the backcourt. Full court pressure now. Right behind the cracks. Oh, meet you there. Blocked away by Jaron Holmes. Cornelius, the tie. Yes!
Holmes showing up exactly what you needed, and Cornelius being sweet in that corner spot.
Just like they drew it up. Level at 45. Screen. Hunt. Big bucket. 2-point lead. And Page looks like this one's coming down the wire.
About a minute or so more to give. Competition.
Right to the rim. Farms couldn't get it. Cornelius. Holmes now. Around the double. Fortuitous bounce. Keontae. Farms. The lead.
Field.
2 huge threes, and the KDC alums back on top. A whistle back the other way. And PAB can't believe the foul call. Mohammed heads to the sideline to throw in. One-on-one at Cornelius. In the teeth of the lane. Holmes! Basket good and the foul. So that stops the clock too. Another one coming. Off the window. It counts anyway. 2-point game. A throwaway on the inbound. And now PAB can wind the clock. Hunt. Lost the handle. They give it right back. And then get it right back. Hunt gets a huge 2.
Hunt not letting KDC through any easy lane.
Total chaos there in that last 2 or 3 possession sequence. These two have kind of felt each other out pretty much the entire length of the game, but here in the final minute, things getting really interesting. All right, here's Cornelius. Down 4, they need a bucket. Washington. 3 looks like it went off the ceiling. They'll stop the clock. Cornelius picks it back up.
Send it to Farm in that spot.
They've been making those, but they missed that one. And Ilisami chases it all the way to the half-court line. This one's out of bounds off of the KDC alums. A big throw incoming. KDC alums need to foul. Goes back over the half-court line. Mohammed slips away and then gets fouled with 17 seconds left. They steal it away. Holmes now blows the layup. PAB fights for it. They regain possession and then foul by Farms. Oh man, what a bad break there as Jaron Holmes stole the inbound but couldn't get to the bucket without drawing a foul.
Yes, those type of layups and those plays are the difference in this game that we're seeing. 52-48 now with PAB leading in at the foul line with Hunt.
12 seconds remain. Antonio Hunt can, for all intents and purposes, ice it here. Second one. Good. Timeout. The KDC alums. Been a good ball game. A lot of talent with Keon Farms and Keontae Cornelius, but here late, PAB has just gotten every break. And they are seconds away from what would be a very quality win in this league. Again, coming up next, Get It Up taking on the free agents as our coverage of this very exciting league continues. There's 12 seconds left. See on your screen the young Farms getting coached up from a Division I head coach. Not often you get the chance to have that kind of tutelage.
I think he may have had a bit of some tightness in that right hip there. Maybe even a cramp.
All right, it would take a miracle, but certainly still possible at this point with 12 ticks on the clock. Cornelius will throw in. Trey Washington guarded tightly. They need something to go up and really need it to go in. Too many passes here. And they throw it away. This is going to do it. The buzzer sounds, and Pro Action Basketball gets a huge win. 53-48 is the final. And they upset the KDC alums as Kendrick Cornelius and company continue to get some coaching in. That is the third ball game. Fourth one coming up. It's Get It Up taking on the free agents. We'll keep you posted for all the action. The final game of the evening here on Max Sports TV and our continuing coverage of the KDC Men's Basketball League. It's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, I was
very
say,
intense.
How many teams are in this league?
I think like 8.
8, that's
8,
not bad.
10, something like that.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I never knew that they did this.
Yeah, no, it's pretty sweet. keep an eye on that matchup in the middle. Raphael Farley, who has already put a double-double in the books in his team's first game today, a win. Also has recorded a double-double last week. He'll be opposite Vaughn Anderson, who hit double-digit scoring in last week's victory. Other starters for the free agents, it's Johnny Wright, along with Anderson. Justin Wheatfall out there with Dominic Bush. And Mark Cardenas. For the Maestros, it's Derek Braggs out there with Devontae Clinton. Darren Jones is there with Raphael Farley. And Gerard Smith, who poured in 23 points in this morning's win, is the flanker. Delayed to the start of the game is Devontae Clinton. Gets things sorted out.
I think we can expect the Maestros to be playing with a little bit chip over their shoulder.
Absolutely.
After that loss earlier to the Gym Rats.
That's their first loss in league play. They won a couple games a week ago. Referees stand between the two, and the jump ball is secured right off the rip. A fortuitous bounce to Justin Wheatfall, who cashes in 2 points there, and the free agents take a 2-0 lead. 4 10-minute quarters, as here's Devontae Clinton. Braggs hangs and scores. Level at 2 apiece. Other action that we've seen today, the KDC Alumni with a couple wins, once over the Bombers and then falling to PAB in the 3 o'clock game. The Gym Rats topped this Maestros group at 2 o'clock. Several games forfeiting due to Mother's Day. And in case you're tuning in and you're a mom, thanks for making us a part of your Mother's Day celebration. Wishing you a very happy and special day. Thank you for all you do. Devontae Clinton now. Right wing for Smith. Halfway down and out the follow. It takes 2 taps for Derek Braggs, but he eventually sticks it in. First 4 points of the Maestros afternoon belong to Braggs. Vaughn Anderson from deep, expanding his range and giving the free agents a lead. Free agents did get mercy ruled last Sunday, so in a competitive start.
Yeah, your free agents definitely playing with more of a zone defense versus your man-on-man.
Tavares Smith gets going. He really kept the Maestros in that ball game against a really talented Gym Rats team that features an active college player, a head coach in Byron Smith playing for them in that game. That was one of 3 that he participated in. I don't see him anywhere on the floor, so it looks like he's headed back to Prairie View A&M. But certainly a fun storyline watching him play as a 51-year-old against some of these 20-somethings. Derek Braggs off to a hot start. He's got 6 of the Maestros' first 8. And they occupy a 3-point lead. Dominic Bush explodes for 2 points. Clinton. Farley. Got it. 2 points for Raphael. Definitely a candidate for the all-day first team. Double-doubles in the first 3 games of the season for this group. 2 points the other way is Johnny Wright getting the start. Gets on the board. And a tightly contested game early. Braggs came out of nowhere to get that ball, and Cardenas pulled it down off the miss. Windshield wiper basketball. Clinton.
Extension 2-step there, but not quite.
Selfless ball is right with the helper for Justin Wheatfall, who glides in to take the lead. 1-point game.
Clinton, nice bounce pass to Raphael there for a nice layup.
Farley with 4 early. This has been a great game early on. Dominic Bush, 2 more. Both these teams are just shooting the lights out of the gym here at the KDC International Complex.
Very offensive game thus far. Clinton.
Base guarded by Johnny Wright. Try to get around the defense, and a fortuitous bounce counts the basket. Devontae Clinton gets on the scoreboard in a highlight reel fashion, and he can go to the line for one more.
In and out it goes.
Rebound to Vaughn Anderson. Vaughn, one of the tallest players on the floor, along with Farley. Got a step and then poked it away. Out of bounds, waiting on an official ruling. They will stay with the free agents. Free agents clad in purple, the Maestros in the gold uniforms. Heat check for Bush, the rebound to Cardenas. Mark threw it away. Here comes Devontae Clinton once more.
Clinton with some speed with the right-hand layup there.
He's got a lot of it. Bush trying to do a little too much right now. Darren Jones. Tavares Smith gets that one turned away. Rebound out to Wheatfall. Would have been a tough finish, and he gets fouled on the arm. Justin's actually an employee here at the KDC International Complex, helping things run smoothly this afternoon. Thanks to him for checking in with us, making sure that we've got everything we need, accurate player rosters and the like.
Your free agents as Isaiah Williams checks in for Cardenas.
His first action of the day, the first sub between these two. Second one for Wheatfall is good. 2-point ball game. Last week when we saw the free agents, they were able to keep it close against a tough Gym Rats team, but eventually slipped away late. Sticking with him here as Johnny Wright pulls away a board. Wright. Yes. 4 points for him and a fast start as we are tied once more at 16. Stolen away by Anderson. And now Isaiah Williams turns it over. Rebound to Wheatfall.
Bryant's trying to apply some pressure, but Wheatfall works his way through that.
Just lost the handle. Here's Darren Jones. He check three wouldn't go. Giving it everything. He sails toward a metal bench. I expect that kind of effort in a rec league game. Selling out the body to go after a loose ball. Bush, yes. Dominic Bush takes the lead.
I think that's the perfect setting to do so, Garrett. Now we'll have Clinton slow things down a bit.
Toss up, misses everything. Vaughn Anderson pulls it down. The Maestro is just not in sync here in the first. The follow. Taken away.
Going to be looking for Jones in the corner.
Farley, and one. Raphael Farley ties the game. He can take the lead at the line.
And that'll be a foul on Anderson with your free agent.
His first. On page in the early going, the Maestros have looked like a group that played just an hour ago. Again, only 40-minute games, 4 10-minute periods, but basketball is just the type of game that it'll take it out of you.
Think about it, a lot of stamina and endurance that's required for basketball, and even the strength factor. As these guys have been playing pretty physical, no fatigue is really shown.
Free agents get it off the rip.
Bush here, trying to set up some offensive plays here as he works his way to the left side of the court.
Johnny Wright now from straight away. Stolen away. Head of steam and a pretty finish there. Derek Braggs rocks the baby to sleep and takes a 2-point lead for the Maestros. Vaughn Anderson Farley lost the handle, wanted a foul. Johnny Wright back the other way. Jumper swished home by Isaiah Williams, and Farley is slow to get up. We got a stoppage of play as they tend to the court after Farley hit the deck. Raphael with 6 points early today, a double-double in the first contest. A loss again to that talented Gym Rats team. Full court inbound after the dead ball.
So Clinton bring things down. 20-20 right now. Maestros and free agent.
Farley slipped by and lays it in. Maestros regain the advantage on his 7th and 8th points of the day. In the corner, Isaiah Williams. Rebound out to Justin Wheatfall.
Right
Follow.
there for the rebound.
Johnny Wright ties the game. 6 points for him. Up ahead. Another chance at the three. Couple of bricks. And Von Anderson slows it down to end the quarter. We are tied at 22. It's been a good one. 10 more minutes of hoops coming up on Max Sports TV between the Maestros and the free agents. Back with you in spring in a tie ball game. Maestros and free agents level at 22. It'll be the Maestros ball out of the break wearing the gold uniforms. And Paige, both teams really just filling each other out in that first period.
I agree. Both teams just kind of had a few minor mistakes on both ends, communication and just technical issues there. But teams working it out here into the second half as Clinton takes us down offensively here.
8 points each from Derek Braggs and Raphael Farley to lead all scorers. And a whistle comes as Maestros attack now, moving left to right with the change of quarter. 10 continuous minutes of basketball, under 2 minutes in the fourth quarter. We will see a 10-second shot clock in play, in addition to stoppages. Clinton makes the first one.
Got Bush here slowing things down. A little bit different dynamic setup here from your second quarter versus your first.
And again, the free agents were mercy rolled last week. Much more competitive in this week's game. Anderson's been a big part of it. Couldn't get the three. Up ahead, Clinton threw it away. Farley had to go hard to the hole. Couldn't get it to go. The rebound eventually picked up. 2-on-2. Bush has that one pinned on the backboard. Up ahead, the three-pointer. Rebound Farley. Fadeaway won't go. Two opportunities missed right on the doorstep. Von Anderson gets a touch. Got to the rim, picked up the foul. Farley does not like the call. This one's on Derek Braggs, his first. And they'll send Von Anderson to the stripe. Anderson probably the free agent's most talented offensive player. Only 3 here in the early going.
Misses the first throw there. So he'll get one more attempt.
One for 2. 2-point game as Jones walks it up. Jones. The follow. Rebound out to Anderson. Here's Justin Wheatfall with 4 points early. Nearly stolen away. Anderson keeps with it. Like a bull in the china shop. He follows it up with a putback. Ties the game with his 5th and 6 points of the afternoon. Jumper too long. The follow for Derek Braggs. He's got 10. The first player to reach double digits this afternoon.
Ball. In and out he goes. Not enough there for Bush.
Braggs pulls it down. In transition, it's Smith. Farley hooks it around. Pretty finish. Anderson, wild shot. Chased down by Jones. They've got numbers, and Darren couldn't get the 3. Bush. Von Anderson slows things down. Tried to slam it to the low post, and a couple fans taking this game in from the baseline. Got to keep your head up down there.
Yeah, definitely a spot where you want to be aware of where the ball is at all times here.
Tried to slip it into Isaiah Williams. Jones in the 2-on-1.
Clinton from the corner, but not quite.
That one was way off.
Mm-hmm.
Rebound to Wheatfall. Long 2. Rebound to Farley.
And Wheatfall will be drawn for that foul on Farley.
Wheatfall hilariously looks back at the official, cannot believe the call.
You know, his energy has definitely been a difference for this team as well. Pairs very well with Anderson's aggression.
They're keeping it close against a good Maestros team early on. Maestros haven't helped themselves at all shooting the ball. And a tough play trying to get it out. A slam dunk is missed by Clinton. Bush with numbers. 3-pointer Williams goes off the low arcing ceiling. And they pretty much get things going immediately after. Williams might have gotten away with an extra step. Bush, yes. 6 points for Dominic Bush. Back to a 1-bucket game. Braggs.
Farley.
Trying to get big. Another offensive board. He sticks it back home. We don't have an official number, but Raphael Farley has to lead this league in offensive rebounds. Not only has the size to do it, just the aggressiveness as well. Foul is called. Clinton can't believe it. 2 shots coming for Justin Wheatfall. Maestros with a 2-possession lead. A lot of help from the rim there. It wouldn't fall. Second one good. 5 for Justin Wheatfall. Still just a 3-point game.
I'm impressed on how this free agents team has been able to stick with the Maestros offensively and defensively.
Runner ends up settling home. That one goes to Smith's credit. 4 for him after a 23-point effort in the first game.
Anderson, right to the right side hook there. 2 points for him.
8 points in total. Here's Vaughn once more. On the rip through.
Unable to finish, but a nice move over Farley there.
Raphael Farley couldn't get the bucket. Desperate for an and one call. Wheatfall, yes. 7 points for Justin Wheatfall. Just a 1 point game. Quick 3, yes. Big bucket there and a celebration to boot from Tavares Smith. Timeout for the Maestros. They lead by 4 points with a slim margin over the free agents. Derek Braggs has poured in 10 points. Raphael Farley has reached double digits as well. Von Anderson with 8 and Justin Wheatfall with 7 for the free agents. So these two going right at each other. A big 3 there to create some degree of separation. It'll be free agents ball out of the break with a hair over 2 minutes left before the halftime intermission.
(36-32) Maestros leading competition with only 4 points here. So about a possession and a half here, your free agents will be behind.
Juan Anderson. Left open. It's hard to make three-pointers in this building. Smith back the other way. Game high 6-point lead.
Smith heating up a little bit after that prior 3 before the timeout.
Mark Cardenas trying to expand. Johnny Wright gets it back. His 3's off, but tried to chase down that board. Darren Jones pulls it away. Farley, yes, 12 points. Wheatfall hangs and gets a big bucket. 9 points for Justin Wheatfall to lead his team. Devontae Clinton.
Still be the Maestros ball if they're tipped about a free agent.
Thrown into Smith, almost into the backcourt. Under a minute left to go. Smith. Up ahead, Cardenas. Rushed the shot. Offensive rebound. Missed the second one. The follow eventually brought home by Dominic Bush. Now just back to a 4-point game. Derek Braggs. Picks up an and one. 2 shots upcoming for Braggs. 10 on his afternoon. Braggs leaving points at the line as Anderson pulls it down. Final seconds. Here's Wheatfall, his 3. And the buzzer sounds. Book closes on a good first half. The Maestros with a 4-point lead over the free agents, sticking in the ball game. Raphael Farley leads all scorers with 12. We'll break and be back with you shortly as our continuing coverage of the Kendrick D. Cornelius Men's Basketball League rolls on Max Sports TV.
so intrigued. I'm really intrigued. Like, I'm like, wow. I didn't even know they did like leagues like this in the city.
Almost there.
This is intense.
Yeah. Halftime score as we get going here in the second half from Spring. Garrett Jones, Paige Lawrence, Allie Hansen, Zach Fordyce, our entire crew here at the KDC International Complex. This game wasn't really even on the schedule. It was supposed to be Get It Up taking on the free agents. Instead, we've got the Maestros in a tight battle in their second game of the ball game, of the afternoon, I should say. Paige, we didn't really know what to expect coming into this contest, but it's been a good game.
Yes, definitely. The free agents are surprising me here, hanging in with the Maestros. They still have energy, no quite fatigueness here, working through. There's a few communication errors within that first half, but as we come to the second half here, this team definitely looking to edge out their competitors.
Isaiah Williams pulls down a board. Here comes Johnny Wright. He can tie the game or take the lead. Up ahead, Clinton behind the back. Good idea, just couldn't bring it home. And a great pass there from Anderson in transition. It's mental lapse there as they throw it away. Smith couldn't get it. Clinton comes up with the basketball. Darren Jones, a triple. Rebound to Farley. 12 points for him. We got a tie-up and a jump ball coming. In case you're new to the league, in this league they actually jump for it. No jump ball or possession arrow necessary.
You know, for the Maestros to have played one game already today, they're still playing very well. You are seeing a little slight fatigueness just as far as going back and forth, so some stamina issues there, but this team's still playing physically very well.
Anderson and Farley to battle for the tip. It ends up with the free agents and an unimpeded path to the hoop for Justin Wheatfall, who ties the game. Maestros getting their money's worth today.
Right, reading that bounce pass.
Dominic Bush couldn't get it out in transition. Taylor Smith left alone. That one went halfway down and out. Dominic Bush now. Tough finish.
Red from Anderson.
Came from nowhere to try to pick that ball off, and Wheatfall ends up with it. You see, the effort is absolutely there for the free agents. 2-on-2. Rebound to Anderson. He's cherry picking, and now Dominic Bush. Johnny Wright, the teardrop. Pulled away. Clinton. Farley expanding his range. Book it.
Looked very easy for Farley here from this angle.
15 points for him today. Wheatfall, what a tough shot.
Wheatfall wants this W.
He sure does. 13 points. Follow for Farley. Farley leads the Maestros with 17. Wheatfall's got 13 for the free agents.
Anderson
Right.
bounced past to Wright, but Wright unable to backhand.
Farley offensive board. Smith shortens the stroke. 2 more. Johnny Wright left open. Comes Tavares Smith. Beautiful basketball. 2 more timeout free agents. With 5:44, they're trying to stop the bleeding. This is the largest lead of the day for the Maestros.
Yeah, Wheatfall caught that timeout there. Doesn't want that lead to go away here for the team. 7 points down here. We've been playing very well throughout that first half and now the third quarter. So Wheatfall just looking to bounce back here and kind of stay close to your Maestros. So 49-42. Maestros leading your free agents. It will be your free agents throwing.
(49-42) the score. As free agents get the ball, now trailing by 7, the largest deficit of the day. Justin Wheatfall is keeping them in the ball game. Anderson. Great move to slip away, and he knocks down a huge 3.
A timeout may be what your team needed the most, but look at this read by Jones.
Left open. Yes. 3 points, Darren Jones. They're up 7. Anderson. Silky smooth finish. Pace picking up as Smith in a 5-point game. Farley, 19 points for him to lead all scorers.
Right, we'll see Wheatfall in the right corner as he steps back, checking footing.
That was a heat check for the leading scorer for the free agents. And it leads to 3 on the other end. Big shot for Smith. The Maestros now lead by 10. It's kind of what we saw just happening much later in the ball game for the free agents last week. Competing early, but falling apart late. And this leads to a 3-on-1 as Cardenas tries to get back. Farley. Wow, that was a tough shot.
It was. Kind of rolled out the corner of the backboard there for Farley.
21 for him. Wheatfall, yes. Back to a 10-point game. Clinton. Smith off the ceiling. And you can see the visible frustration on the players' faces when they do have one go off the ceiling like that. It's just a part of the game. But it is really hard to make three-pointers in this building.
Yeah, you notice the arch. You kind of know it. The players kind of shoot from a lower position, like Farley there.
Don't tell him it's hard to shoot here.
Right. Farley making it look easy on the offensive side of things for the Maestros.
And the free agents just continue to miss. Now 13 points of separation. Make it 16.
Jones heating up here with him and Smith on those corners.
It's really too bad because we did have a really good game through the first 15 or so minutes of this ball game. It's fallen apart for the free agents now.
Well, if you think about it, your Maestros, they're finally hitting those key shots from the corners. Both Smith and Jones have went back and forth here with 2 threes in a row.
Long three. Smith. They've also found their footing from deep.
Yes.
Big part of that has been Tavares Smith, who's knocked out consecutive trays. Bush can't stop the bleeding. And since that timeout, which the free agents called when it was down by 7, that was a 49-42 game. Since then, it's a 19-7 run for the Maestros to separate.
And if you take a look at the Maestros, the way that they play, they're getting pretty much all of the rebounds here over your free agents on both offensive and defensive ends.
Johnny Wright takes it away. 3-on-1. Wheatfall. Got that one. Big three for him. He's poured on 17 to try to keep this thing close.
Be 1-on-1.
Ooh. Jones tried to send that one to another dimension, but he whipped on the block. It's still a 14-point game. Offensive board taken away by Wheatfall. Can he get to 20?
Missing that layup there. Trying to do things on his own here now.
Right. That can really sink a group, especially when they're down by 14 like this. The mercy rule, by the way, is 30. Foul on Mark Cardenas as Derek Braggs goes up. First one swishes home for Derek Braggs, having a nice day. 11 points to break double digits for him. 70-point mark for the Maestros, and they have exploded here after a close game at halftime. 30 points here in the third quarter, just 10 minutes.
Yeah, those threes definitely heated up for the Maestros
Absolutely.
this time around. Almost excellent from the three-point range.
Bush lost the handle. Got a 4-on-1. Johnny Wright comes up with it. Final minute of this third. Right off the window. 8 for him on the day. Farley had that one turned away.
Anderson tapping back into this game.
Cardenas, no. Anderson the follow. If you think about it, if the free agents can get a bucket here before the end of the third, 2 shots coming for Anderson, they can draw it back to within a dozen.
But just like that, that is the end of that third quarter. So we'll move to the fourth quarter with Anderson being at the line.
Last quarter of the ball game. And last one of the day as well. Get it up, taking on the free agents was supposed to be the matchup, but today we get the Maestros, and have not been disappointed. Really good game through the first half, but Maestros put up 30 in that third quarter. They outscored the free agents by a 30-22 margin. And the 8 points is enough to separate. Still 10 minutes left to play. Crazier things have happened. As Weefel heads off the court with a cell phone. Not sure if that's it for him. That's just one of the things you got to keep an eye on in a league like this. You never know what the situation is. We did have a player frustrated, and he walked off the court in the middle of the game last week.
Oh,
so
wow.
there's a heated moment.
And it looks like he was just trying to stay hydrated, getting
Get his
some
Gatorade.
Gatorades for his teammates. And those look nice and refreshing. Probably could use one of those myself.
Justin Weefall leads all free agent scores with 19 points. See on your screen, Kendrick D. Cornelius taking the floor, the CEO and founder of this men's basketball league. All right, so it'll be Maestros ball to start the fourth quarter. Farley to inbound. Throw in coming from Farley. A 12-point game, certainly not a foregone conclusion. Let's see if this one turns into a classic. We did see a 3 overtime game here last week.
Anything can happen. It just depends on the response to the free agents this quarter.
Stolen away. There's Dominic Bush. Hard foul. Crashes into a row of fans there. Plotted around the front row. It's a rude awakening walking out of the bathroom like that and run right into a player careening at the hoop.
So Bush will go to the line here for your free agents.
You can't say this place is not intimate.
It's
You're
it's a
right
very
in the
intimate
action,
setting.
no matter where you are.
And even in the earlier games, you know, more fans were in the stands, and it was just a unique dynamic to this aspect of this tournament today.
Thankful to be here. Thanks to KDC for having us out. Farley pulls down a board. Popped up to Darren Jones. His three.
Sending it to the corner for Smith for an attempt.
He was in a perfect place. Shot just wouldn't fall. Hanging and scoring. Derek Braggs adds 2 more. It's Justin Wheatfall leading all free agent scores with 19.
From the top of the key, bounces the rim.
Braggs in the corner. Hanging and scoring. Braggs able to finish. 74-58. It's a 16-point game. Vaughn Anderson faces up. Cardenas missed the bunny. Another follow for Anderson.
Anderson doing it all, shooting and rebound.
Oh, I was going to say, he just will not be denied. Came out of nowhere to grab an offensive board. First one goes. Again, it was a 4-point game at halftime. Maestros currently occupying their largest lead.
2 for 2 for Anderson.
Darren Jones walks it up. Cardenas comes away with the board. That one goes off the stanchion.
So Weefall will walk it down.
We fall. That's a 2. Rebound out to Farley. He's been quiet in the past couple minutes, but leads all scores. 3. Cardenas grabs the board. There's Dominic Bush. His shot swatted back. Dominique Bush will chuck it in.
So we fall. Anderson looking to try to stay in this game, 74-60, so 14-point deficit. Johnny Wright.
Right to the hoop.
And Bush there. 2 points for him.
Back to a 12-point game. Devontae Clinton walks it up. Good first performance today. Quiet this afternoon. Taking more of that facilitator role. 3-ball. Butter. Smooth on the other end from Darren Jones. Wheatfall follows that one around. 21 for him. Darren Jones in the front court. History. Rebound out for Isaiah Williams. Wheatfall carries. Anderson rumbles in, picked up the contact, the bucket, and the foul. An exciting play, Vaughn Anderson. If this group's going to get back into this ball game late, it's going to take plays like that.
And it's come to find that that's actually Anderson's sweet spot in the middle of the lane there.
Yep. Three-point play. Three-pointer. Derek Braggs. As the Maestros cross the 80-point plateau.
Yeah, the free agents can't catch a break here.
Isaiah Williams. No. Buzzer sounds. That's going to be the ball game. As this one ends prematurely. A time limit.
I believe they're stating it might have been an error.
Referees discussing. Okay, I heard ball game.
Yeah, I think it was an error through the sound.
Sounds like it was.
Johnny Wright.
Yes. Still it's an 11-point game. Yeah, they surely would have gotten a lot more protests from the free agents who are keeping this thing relatively close late. Darren Jones with 3 and change left. Stolen away by Vaughn Anderson. 3-on-2. Hard to the hole. He picks up the foul.
We talked about that. That's going to be the difference in between these free agents trying to make up some ground here. Anderson finding that lane spot once more here against your Maestros.
First shot good. Second one rains home. It's a 9-point game. 3 possessions separating these two. Maestros need buckets. It's knocked out of bounds. All for the free agents.
If you take a look here at the free agents, Wheatfall is actually on the sideline trying to catch his breath here.
Clinton turns it down at the rim. Kick back out off the ceiling. Throw away in the lane. Things getting interesting as Vaughn Anderson trying to carry the team on his back. He gets a tough finish. Over 20 points on the day, back to a 7-point game. Clinton slowing things down, trying to run some precious seconds off the clock. Anderson is just a force to be reckoned with right now.
Anderson not giving in. Still ample amount of time for this team to compete. But Anderson goes down, slow to get up.
He hit the deck. There was no foul call. This one's out of bounds off the free agents. Farley handles it at the midcourt line. Now it's keep away as Tavares Smith slips through. Tough shot. No. And Cardenas grabs the board. Well, this thing's getting interesting late.
One-on-one for Bush here.
Got it. 5-point game. 4 straight baskets scored by the free agents. You have to think fouls will be coming soon. Jones slips around. Open look at the hoop. Smith. Tough shot. Won't go. Offensive rebound. No. Jones.
Finds clean in the corner.
Yes. Big 3, 8-point game. That might have killed any chances that the free agents had at staging a miracle comeback. Wright puts that one back in for 2. It's still a 6-point game. Slipping through right at the rack. They do get the foul called. So final seconds of the ball game. Justin Weefel will check back in. You got to give the free agents some credit, maybe punching up as far as sheer basketball talent is concerned. They have more than kept in this game.
So 45 seconds on the clock. 6-point game. Weefel just checked right back in.
Darren Jones grabs the board. Vaughn Anderson applies the foul. Farley gets hacked.
He'll go to the line here. 3 shots here for him. Farley's been quiet this second half.
Still over 20 points on the day. First one goes. Maestros by a touchdown. Eight-point ball game. Free agents likely just playing for pride. This man should have a lot of it. Vaughn Anderson with 29. Make it a 30-piece. The third 30-point performance we've seen this afternoon.
Cardenas hustling now from the baseline.
Taken away by Tavares Smith, who misses the bunny. Farley puts it right back. And Bush chucks it late. Jones follows the miss. Foul applied by Vaughn Anderson. Last 10 seconds. And all that's left to do is just watch the clock tick off. 87-79, the final. Good one between the Maestros and the free agents. And our quadruple header of coverage here in the KDC NBL comes to an end. Bringing it back to the booth one final time. Garrett Jones, Paige Lawrence with you. Big thanks to Zach Fordyce and Allie Hansen for making things happen behind the scenes. Paige, your thoughts on what you saw today?
I think this league definitely has a future. Great dynamic, great players, great teams all across the board. Just performances all about today. Every team put out their best effort, and I was just glad to be here to witness it myself.
Well said. We see 4 awesome games. We'll be back with you for action next Sunday as our coverage of the Kendrick D. Cornelius Men's Basketball Leagues continue. For Paige Lawrence and our entire awesome crew, I'm Garrett Jones saying good night, happy Mother's Day, and thanks for watching.